Congratulations Realm of Russ on being the first, now 4 times undefeated. You're the best, or at least, the fastest. Nice try Dippy VR, but Realm of Russ beat you to it. Congratulations on 2nd place.
Good evening, everyone. How are we this evening? Just as the sun is setting over in the distance there, over the blue crater. Hopefully my mic is working. Let's check the bar. Yep, the bar is going bouncy bouncy. Hey, Dippy and Russ, neck and neck on getting first there, but Russ just getting in a fraction of a second. I could have swore both of them came up in the log at the same time. It's like Russ and Dippy. So better luck next time, Dippy. How are we all this evening? A bit of a late start today. It's a bit of this is a casual Saturday stream. It's a bit shorter than the Friday one, and I've already had dinner, so we're just going to jump right in to the fun and games. Hello, Bean. How's it going? Do we have all our doggos? 1, 2, 3, 4. We lost another one. Is this a feature of phase 4? Is that we lose doggos? It is most suspicious. There's supposed to be 6 of them. Snowy with the purple slug. Good one, Snowy. I just see I have a cursor there. I do not need rods. Let me just deal with that cursor. Be gone, cursor. I'm going to have to use the save editor and see if some of them are hiding under the ground. But this is interesting because, like, I have not lost a single doggo before phase 4. And now it looks like 2 of them have gone missing. Very suspicious. Unless one of these guys has eaten the other one. Very, very suspicious. Top of the shuttle pull and help at the elevator? Maybe. I bet I won absolutely, but it was defeated by EU-US ping. It's, you know, it might have been that close. Maybe the EU ping was what did you in. Although the Twitch servers are not in Australia, so who knows? Right, we are in phase 4. We have got basic aluminium production up and running, which means we finally have unlocked the precious hover pack. So much reduced bunny hopping, and hopefully things will be a bit smoother visually as I zoom around. We were building this bit of a monstrosity of a blueprint here, which is, there's 3 parts to it. This is actually the bottom part and the top part, but this produces aluminium ingots, and we got it functional yesterday, and today we're going to be working on making it look a bit prettier, hopefully. At least we'll stick some walls on it, so make sure it looks like an actual building. Production. Scrap is the middle section. Check your saves. Some of your doggos clip through the ground. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, I have not had them clip through the ground this entire playthrough, though. So it's a bit odd, and I'm still on 1.1, so it's not like it's a 1.2 bug or anything. Right, now I do remember I needed to drop this down a little. Now if I delete this one as well, the smokestacks are going to define the top of the blueprint, and that's going to be a problem. Actually, what I should probably do is just use a pillar here, a beam actually. So basically when we take this blueprint up the top here and we put it on top of this one, we'll nudge it down 4. This beam will define the top of the blueprint height-wise, but then it'll nicely line up when we nudge it down. But now that I put that there, we're probably going to change. We're going to be changing quite a lot, at least a lot of little things, because we want to make it look cool. Now, I've been having a think about this, and those power connectors are going because they look terrible. Yeah, we're probably going to shuffle everything around a little bit, although I might leave some of it there and just... Ooh, how can I do this? I have ideas and plans. I think I'll leave the machines where they are, because I was going to bring everything forward, but if I leave everything where it is and get it looking good there, I can always then move the whole blueprint forward after. I can't remember if Scratch was one of the 4 I interacted with there or not. Now the idea here is I want these machines to kind of be near the front of the building so that they kind of stick out as a feature. Not necessarily stick out, but they're visible. So the bottom one is going to be mostly walled in, so the placement of those refineries doesn't really matter. but this center section is going to be more of a visual feature. So we need to arrange this front to look awesome. That's kind of probably the first step, and that will inform the rest of the build from there. Now, first thing I want to do is I want to move these lifts so that they actually come up next to the machine rather than in front of the machine. So let's start with that. And I think it would help if I had some foundations below. Sometimes the hover pack is not as useful as you think. Basically, we want a lift that tucks in tighter rather than the sticky outy position here. So basically, if we do this, it comes out to this point here, but we can actually get this lift to snugly fit in 2 meters closer than that through some judicious use of some wall floor mounts. So by putting one there, like that, so basically it's 1 meter to the side. We can then have this lift attach here, and then, if we have it the right way around, it will snap into a stumpy snug lift, all nice and snug. Now, as I said, I want this lift to come up here, but the problem is if I have the lift coming down facing this way, there's not enough room to have the conveyor go round the corner into the spot I want. I did kind of experiment with this a little bit earlier. So what I need to do is actually get some strategic mounting points put in place. I think that's the other point, and so if we have a lift that attaches to there, that will come up through the middle here, and so it's kind of in line with the machines here without conflicting with any of the rest of the base machinery. So that's what we're aiming at. But to do that, we need this to come off the back here and basically attach it around to that. So I need to tap around. Like that. Now, one lift there, and now this lift can sit in here and go up. I won't. We'll use a hole at the top actually, so that we can build this lift now and attach it in place. We're going to have to redo the holes entirely in the top level, and in fact, that's going to be difficult to do. So maybe I should work with this on the bottom and the top on the top, if that makes sense. So let's save that, because this bottom bit is actually probably going to be the easiest because there's lots of room to deal with. So we can do that last. So we will load down here the middle part, and then here we will load the top part, because before these holes snugly came up to here. But if we are bringing this up further back, we might need to come up and have a hole further forward that it hooks into. We might need it to come up to here and then have a conveyor that goes in there like that. But I'll just leave that there as a placeholder. Let's do this one first. Like, I think nailing this front bit is going to be the hardest. and then everything else will kind of flow on from there. I think that's right. Let's just test it. Yes, that's right. And this will be this position there. Mark 4 coming from this side. Yeah. And then that's wrapping around to this side. And I can delete that. I mean, I can actually delete all these supports. Although I'm wondering, because we are 2 meters up here, did this actually line up with that? Yes, it did. Okay, I'm going to put some of these in here because that will actually look pretty neat. As long as I make sure it actually connects to the conveyor, not the stand, because they're not actually bound at the moment.
Hey, Nexus Wayfarer just followed you.
Hey, Nexus Wayfarer. Nexus Wayfarer, thank you very much for the follow. Production must go on, yes. Well, we're dealing with architecture today, but the production is already happening. I did scratch the vibe, that was an earlier question. Now, so this will be, basically, this is the aluminium scrap. So scrap is going to be shooting up both of these. So now we can see what's actually being produced as it goes up. And I actually want the output to come down in this spot here. And then it needs to go down to the level below. So I might just copy that hole. And nudge it down into that position. That is the right way. So again, this is just a placeholder because I'm going to have to work out how it joins at the top. I'm just putting it there to get an idea because we're focusing on how this bit looks here. You dig the idea? Show the production? Yeah, I do prefer it if I can. This was actually, this concept for building came from a Reddit thread where someone did a silo type build with coal generators in it, and they used the coal generators sort of as display in the middle. So that's where I kind of got the inspiration, but this is a bit more complicated because we're dealing with refineries. Actually, I might move that across and leave a gap between them. Is that actually lined up? Yes, it is. Okay, cool. Because then we could put a beam in the middle here. And half nudge it. That will need to be a different height, but I'll just put that there as a placeholder. I'm motivated to rebuild some areas. Reddit is always dangerous. Reddit is dangerous for many reasons. Now, originally I had the water feeding in the front, and that's what that pipe in the middle here was. I'm actually going to feed the water in from the back this time, which will make this front a bit less cluttered. We still need to bring it down and merge it with this pipe, but this pipe we can now move back that far. Let's go, where's straight mode? Straight mode? Not there. Yeah, we also need to redo this one in a similar way to how we did the others. This should actually be pretty easy because it's just connecting to a hole going down. So we can just move that hole back 2 meters like that. This is the bauxite coming in. And then we just curl it around like that. And that slots in like that. Easy. I am playing in VR. And I love that you noticed the building first and the VR second. Yes, this is a VR mod, a total conversion, so you have full-on VR style interactions for selecting equipment and building. You also have radial menus if you prefer that, so yep. I am the author of the VR mods, so if you have any questions about it, let me know. Although there are a few other people who do stream in VR as well. Most notably, Dippy VR is also in the chat there. He's regularly streams, although usually at times that I'm not online. Or maybe I just haven't paid attention. Definitely need to check out more Dippy streams. Now this lift up here is the waste, the resin, plastic resin that comes from below to the awesome sink at the top. Now I'm going to have to move that, but I'm not sure where to put it yet. But I'll delete that for now. Let me see if I can borrow one of your kids' headset. Oh, your kids have a headset, right? Okay. Well, the mod is free, and if you've got a Quest 2 or a Quest 3, I'm using a Quest 3 here, it does need a pretty powerful PC to get good results, and if you're new to VR, it can be a bit... let's just say people new to VR have different responses to issues like motion sickness and things like that. I have been in VR a very long time. And when I first started out in VR, I didn't have too many motion sickness problems. I had a few, but I adapted pretty quickly. And some people, like I know people who have bought a headset solely for Satisfactory VR and they've jumped straight in, and away they've gone. And they've had no problems, which is pretty remarkable actually. Now, I want to make a bit more of a foundation across the front. So a bit more chonky here. That is quite chonky. Actually, this I might run all the way across. Need zoop mode. 3S, yeah, Quest 3S will work. Now, the Quest is not optimized for PC VR. You can use there's a Meta have a default Meta link that allows you to do PC VR with the Quest using a cable or Wi-Fi. It's not the best. I would recommend using a bit of software called Virtual Desktop, but it does cost money. That is not great, clipping in like that. If I bring this up, it's probably going to be too high. Yeah, I don't think I want to come up that high. Which means I need to actually make my stumpy lifts less stumpy, damn it. Ah, well. But you're on Twitch, so if you type !modinfo, it will give you a link to the mods page, Nexus Wayfarer, and I've got guides on how to set it up and get it all working on there. So have a look through there. But if you are new to VR yourself and you do get motion sickness, whatever you do, stop as soon as you're feeling queasy. If you push through, your brain will learn that VR is terrible and always gives you motion sickness. But if you stop straight away as soon as you feel uncomfortable. Then over time your body will realize that, hey, this stuff isn't too bad. It's not doing too much to me. It's fine. I can cope with this. But if you push through it, that's when motion sickness is harder to get over longer term. Yeah, mod info, sorry, MODINFO. But Azuren's done it for you there. Let's just connect these lifts and then I'll put the foundation back on and we'll see if it looks better. I must have done a super stumpy lift before. Okay, I did. Interesting. Because that's still fairly stumpy. Yeah, that looks better. And then we can lift from there, and that will then run up there. Well, I have some ideas on what I'm doing here. It's probably going to be a bit of slow iteration as I try and get those ideas to actually look decent. So we're going to be doing probably a fair bit of back and forth in here. Okay, that's better. So now delete these. Rotate that around the other way. Now, the idea is that this also would be at least blocked off a chunk. Either side here. That's going to go right over my conveyor. This is where do I accept clipping or do I try and do it a different way? Alright, it looks okay this side because it's not clipping with anything, but I suppose for consistency I should use a pillar there. Problem is, using a pillar, you get this little bevel here, which I guess I could fill in with something else if it really bugs me. Okay. So that's there. Now, I did want to kind of box this in. Let's go with... We've got a big pillar support here. Oh, that's a huge pillar support. That's probably bigger than I meant. Oops. Did I pick the right one? Pillar. Big pillar. Oh, there's the small pillar support. Okay. Kind of want it lined up there so it's right on the edge of the machine. Maybe I'll do one back there and I'll do the other one forward and I'll compare them and see how they look. This one's better because the machine is more embedded and inside, I think. Which is what I was originally thinking anyway. No, don't leave that there. I mean, I could have it here. I think I do want to kind of keep it a little bit in. I don't know if I want those supports, but I was thinking of having similar beams kind of through here. That's going to be overlapping our conveyors if we do it there, though. And that one I could move over, so those are side by side, and I could fit a pillar in there, but the problem is a pillar here with that conveyor there like that. I could put a pillar behind. Actually, I could put a pillar inset back there, maybe. Means this one should be inset as well. This is facing the other way, so it actually looks different. So maybe I do actually bring this one out to be the same. But these are more inset back. Let's see if that asymmetrical look looks terrible or not. Yeah, this one does kind of stand out a bit as being more forward. Come on. There. It was back there? That wasn't even overlapping. Okay. Right, yep, I see now. I haven't got any walls up the top there yet. Kind of feel like we need some concrete here in between them. Like this. Obviously we'll make it nice with holes and everything, but That is kind of sneaking through the front there. Move it further back. Actually, this might be a half nudge point. Or I could just rotate it. Why is that red? Oh, what? Okay, it won't let me put a hole there because it's too close to the refiner on that side. That's annoying. Guess I'm not going with that idea then, unless I can... How can I do this? I basically need to have the lift come up further back. Oh, this is fiddly. See, if the lift starts from there, then if I put the point back in there like that, you'll at least get that top bit there. Although it's not black, so it'll still bug me. So I don't usually do this kind of clipping, heavy clipping design, so this is kind of new to me to try and get this to work. Laid plans of mice, yes. I mean, there is the concrete wall. Actually, I could just make this all pillars instead of this concrete. That would be thinner. I'm gonna leave it as is for now. It's a work in progress. But I can do some walls. I was thinking of doing some, maybe a different style. How does the concrete wall look? I mean, it could do that. But if we bring this up to here and nudge it back here, let's put that back in because that concrete is really boring without anything in front of it. The idea is that this is boxed in, it's just has bits exposed that gives it some interest. Definitely need some colour though. This is very flat and grey at the moment. Definitely add some beams. So the other thing we could do is instead of that style, we could do like a steel wall style. bit more of the chrome finish, and then maybe we have some frames at the top, maybe, or maybe glass. I don't know. I'm trying to avoid glass on this if I can avoid it. I also am wondering if we can get away with putting some signs. Oh, that's very close to the lift. I was hoping to put signs behind it to make it glowy. Have we got signs behind us I can sample? That's not really a very good pattern on the sign. Actually, that would be okay. That seems to fit okay. I would just need a lot of them, and I'd need to put them in ahead of time. Looking like a coffee station in a hotel breakfast. Would you like some alumina solution with your breakfast? Or maybe some water and bauxite? So this was... Why is that not giving me a good size? It's not a billboard. Probably easier if I select it from the main menu where it's actually got proper labeling. 2x3, 2x1, 2x2. 2x3 is probably the better size of what I was doing, which is effectively what it was. Oh no, that is bigger. 2x3. That's going to be pretty big behind our lift. That didn't change the background color. Must be this one. Good old Pioneer overalls as a color. Make it glow. I'll leave it as matte. Yeah, okay, that actually fits in quite snugly behind like that and gives it a bit of light. So what I would do is I would not leave these as concrete color. I would probably color them. Carbon steel is, in the light, it's pretty shiny. That does fit in better with the metal aesthetic. Treading water, waiting for an aluminium ingot alt recipe in my current save. Ah, see, as soon as I unlocked aluminium, that's when I started researching all the hard drives before I unlocked any of the other tiers. So I think it took me 6 hard drives to get the 3 aluminium alternate recipes I needed. So I was pretty lucky, but if you leave it later, you run the risk of having all these other alts in the pool. I'll turn my headlight off. In the dark, that's kind of what it will look like. Which is a similar thing I've done over there. You can't quite see it. Backlighting behind the conveyors. These we could probably do with the bigger panel. That would just cover both of them. Actually, I should be setting some more hard drives going because I've now unlocked the next few tiers now that I've got my aluminium stuff. And I need to start getting some extra alternate recipes for diluted fuel and things like that. Although I think I've run out of hard drives as well, so... Oops, don't delete that. That beam's going to get in the way of me placing it accurately. Unless I get lucky. Okay, don't mind that carbon steel on the pillars. We can change it easy enough later on. It's interesting how the different light affects the carbon steel finish. Actually, I'll also carbon steel that pillar there. Although maybe I should actually make that line in the middle. A bit of colour. So I think it's close red to that one. Might even be the same red. Okay, that's looking better. I still need to redo the mess at the top, and I need to actually move everything forward because we've actually shuffled everything back here, and I need to bring the whole blueprint forward at least so forward another 2 meters so it lines up with this one. Yeah, overall it's stumpier, so we could actually bring that out once I move this forward. You know what? I think I'm going to have to just bite the bullet that there's going to be clipping under here. Actually, this side wasn't going to have clipping, it was the other side. Although if I do it that way, actually... Why didn't I do that on the other side? Save, clear, place blueprint forward? Yes, exactly. Just rebuild it on top. You got to get the sleeps? No problems, Russ. Have a good rest of your weekend. Ah, that's right. I was going to do it because I was actually going to have an indent here where there's a bit of a... Yeah, because we've done a bit of the front. We've still got the rest of it to kind of figure out. I think this, I need to also have another one in there that is kind of matched on the other side. That's kind of just on the edge. Yeah, kind of there. Not sure about that. I might need to have fatter pillars on the corner, maybe. Ren Fair tomorrow. Oh, cool. I hope you have fun at the Ren Fair, and you did get your costume finished, right? All the best. Hope weather is fine for you, and you don't get too wet if it rains. Okay, save. The problem with clearing and building it forwards is then you have to enter in all the information again. It's gone! Oops. This was the scrap. That's interesting. I can't bring it further. Ah, I've probably still got some manholes that are still forward from before. I do need to reposition. Actually, that is a meter. That is 2 meters back anyway, so that is actually the right distance forward. But I do need to redo these manholes at the front. It's 0800 for opposite side of the rock. Well, this side of the rock, it is, yes, 8 p.m. here. Where Russ is 10 p.m. Should I call them aluminium scrap or alumina scrap? To be consistent in the naming. Okay, it was aluminium. Right. This is where I really hope I've got the right one that I'm overriding. I'm Western Australia, Realm of Russ is Eastern Australia. Okay, so start lining this at the top. This would be... So yeah, East Australia is 2 hours ahead of the western coast. So this one and this one need to go into there and there. And the output comes out of here and needs to go down there. So the lift is lined up there. So if I bring that up now, it's going to be at a bad angle. But I can make a hole here, and I can aim across towards that. So the hole's got to be under that. Under that? Yeah, that should be fine. Trying to remember what the old height limit of this blueprint was. I just deleted all the references. I'll have to do a sample build. So that has to go to there. And the other one needs to go... Should have done the other way around, actually.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Ah, that is quite tall, so... Okay, we do need to go higher than that. I mean, it is going to hit... Yeah, it is going to hit the smokestack otherwise. Now I'm trying to remember how tall the previous version was, because the smokestack didn't clash before. Actually, I haven't saved, so I should be able to build the previous version, which had the old height in it. Okay. Okay, so this was the height here, so it was actually... No, looking at the holes. Let's build it. Oops. Okay, so it's actually a meter down from that. If I build it at that height, that is actually higher than it was before. I guess we can try it and see how awful it looks, and if it does clip. I could also hide this, like I could hide the smokestack. But usually I try and make the smokestacks a feature rather than a something to hide. Okay, so I need to take a couple of minute break. I'm going to have a quick bio break and a stretch and a drink, and I will be back after a few minutes. Thank you for watching so far.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, let me just reset my space. And we are back. Okay, we are doing architecture on our new aluminium factory. And this is sticking out quite a lot. But I think that's okay. But I think I will block in more of the top, and I might actually... Yeah, I'll get there in eventually, but I think this is an okay height for the top. Actually, I just deleted that one, didn't I? But I think it was actually a meter lower, so having it at that point... No, don't delete that, please. Actually, the hole has to be above the smokestack, because the hole has to be the highest part of the blueprint. So that's really our guideline. So let's position this here. So if it was there, it's possible the smokestack would actually be higher. So... Oof. See, I was also hoping to keep it as a multiple of 4. So that is a multiple of 4. I mean, I could just do a little beam sticking out the top as a height guidance to make sure it doesn't go too high. Although we've already got that sticking up. But maybe it doesn't matter. Let's go with this. And let's see how it goes. I might do a construction test. Oh, okay, well that's annoying. If I go one higher, it won't clash. But would anything attached to the bottom of it clash? No, okay. Okay, that is fine. Okay, so this we will bring up another meter then. Now if we just bring this up and turn it around, it's going to be turned around. So we actually do need a hole here for this to attach onto. Otherwise it's going to look terrible. Well, let me turn my flashlight back on. Okay, so we should be able to attach to the bottom, rotate this way around, snap to the hole, then at the top here we attach to there. Oh, it needs to be lower. Oh, math fail. Let me put this here as a really obvious sign of how high it needs to be. That should be lined up. Yep. That's the wrong way around. That is quite dark here. I mean, I can put these lights on, it's just in VR for some reason, the shadows are terrible. You know, that flickering is going to drive me crazy. You know what? I'm going to cheat. Just give me a sec. Where's that window? Am I pressing the wrong key? I am pressing the wrong key. There we go. Let's just walk forward in time. The time where we have more light. Nice pleasant dawn, that'll do. I mean, it's still technically night, but at least we've got a bit more light coming in at this angle. This one it has to line up with. I wasn't even lining up with the right one. Oops. Let's just grab it from there. That turned around. Oh, you son of a... This has been a bug since 1.0, I think. Where you cannot rotate a lift and attach it to a hole properly. It used to be fine, and then it wasn't. And that's too close. Wow. Do we need to go even lower? That would be funny. Okay, that will stumpy attach there, no problem. That's funny. Whoa, hang on. What? Oh, you know, that's not right. That was my mistake. Okay, hole to hole, we should have complete control of what direction it's facing. And it actually looks decent, I think, having an actual hole down the bottom there rather than a lift. Means this one should probably also be a hole. I mean, it's a hole down there. Maybe we just make it a full height hole. Now the output. The output actually comes forward. Tempted to do a loop. So that's where the hole is. We need to get from this hole to this lift. So I think what we'll do here is we will basically do a wrap around. Oh, look, it actually snaps on. Thank goodness for that. Ah, that pole down there adds 2 meters. So the actual 4-meter mark is actually lined up with the middle of it, which is there. Okay. Actually, that's an extra meter. Damn it, I'm gonna have to do my holes again. I want you to snap, and I want you to rotate. No, bad lift. Good lift. Okay. I'm going to leave that there because it's useful. I'm going to check the alignment of this just to see how it is lining up with the top foundation when we slap it on. Oh, it saved it in the wrong directory, didn't it? Thank you. I haven't saved that top blueprint. Or is the size different? I don't think I've saved it either way. That's still not... That's not the same. So I made these wider. Look, these come right to the edge. And right to the edge. Unless I was looking at the back. I might have been looking at the back because I haven't changed the back. That's possibly it. That's better. Okay, so there is a 1 meter difference, but it's probably not a showstopper because all this is going to be hidden. Yeah, that does connect all up. And this is looking much more interesting. Cool. Now I might push these back in 2 meters, maybe just 1 meter. This has a noticeable hole here, but no hole there and there, so I probably need to make those holes either bigger or... Looks like it'll be a 3 meter hole though. Could just do a cosmetic hole. I just deleted that 1 meter. Let's try a 2 meter. Is 2 meter hole going to be big enough to cut with that? No. Okay, I need a 3 meter hole which doesn't exist. You know, this could be a good opportunity for me to actually make those other ones a meter higher while I'm fiddling with holes. Because I was thinking, I don't want to ever do this again, it's done, I'm not going to change it, it's out by a meter, but it's fine. But I might as well just do it. It's going to take a couple of minutes. This is the thing, it's like the time-consuming part is faffing around with the design. Once you kind of know what you're doing, actually building it, it doesn't take long. In which case, a 4 meter would have done the trick here. In fact, it would nicely fit with our 4 meter thingy that's going across. Oh, that moved. Come on, please snap on in the right place. Actually, this should, if I build, should rotate. No, it didn't rotate. For once, it actually kept its angle instead of doing what I wanted. Mohit HP tag? Hello, how are you? I'm sure I have a brother called Mohit. Welcome, how are you going? I think that was fiddly because there's already a lift attached to the bottom, so trying to actually snap it to the hole. What the? Well, stuffed that one up, didn't I? I think that connected. You're the first guy seeing who actually is playing Satisfactory in VR. Hey, welcome, welcome. I'm not the only person playing Satisfactory in VR though, there are others. Quite a few of us, only a few who stream it though, but I do know a few others who stream Satisfactory in VR, although they're mostly only Twitch streamers. And you are watching on YouTube. But if you are interested, I am actually the author of the VR mod. So I'm happy to answer any questions anyone may have about it. I'm tempted to just extend this rather than rebuilding it. No one will know the difference. But yes, playing Satisfactory in VR is an incredible experience. It is such a fun world to inhabit. And such a stunning world to explore in VR as well. Okay. Now I'm just going to cover up all our sins along there. And yes, I know there's clipping, but just pretend we've dug out the back of the concrete there and it's all tucked away. I mean, I could bring it forward a meter and make this flat, but I kind of wanted a bit of texture on the front. That one's easy to change though. I think we have a front of the building. Like there's extra detail we could add, but I think that's a pretty good front. And now if we connect it to the top, so the front, if we were to continue this theme, and have it nudged back one. So we are going to get some clipping. You know, I could actually move the holes back and do tight things. That is possible. Oh, am I going to make all the holes all over again just to avoid a bit of clipping? Maybe not. Okay. So basically this should align with this when this blueprint is built on top of the other one. Yeah, that's lining up fine. Sub to you now. Thank you very much for the sub. I usually stream Fridays and Saturdays, so this is Saturday evening for me, my time. I'm in Australia. But I also stream on Fridays if you're interested. We haven't done power connectors, so we need to do something interesting with the power here. We could just connect it straight up, I guess. Need something along that bottom. That bottom is looking a bit meh. It could be the concrete pattern on there. It just looks a bit dodgy. We put this back here, where all sins will be hidden. Croivia, hidden compartment of sin. Good morning, Croy. How are you going? You're from India. Oh, welcome, welcome. Evening for you too. Cool. We do have a couple of other Indian viewers from India who do frequent by. I haven't seen them this evening though. I think there was actually a mega group of players who play like a group of 7 people all playing Satisfactory in VR together. I think that group was actually from India. I haven't seen them in a while though. I'm still also very aware that we've only done the front and there's a lot more building left to do, including the top bit here. Now the idea is that, let's actually save what we've done so far. That didn't save the directory. Come on, please select the directory. Does anyone know if this bug is fixed in 1.2? It would be nice. It's been there since update 8, I think, if not earlier. Oh, it's going to refuse to save in the right directory. Whatever. Okay, just been doing some Valheim. Ah, cool. Flat Out 4 VR now for a few laps. Nice, nice. I've got Flat Out 4. I'm kind of holding off till I set up my racing wheel to give it a full spin though, which could take a while. But I am very much looking forward to Flat Out 4. Nice meeting you. Nice meeting you too. Got to go have a test tomorrow. Ah, okay. Study is probably a reasonable reason for skipping out of the stream. Thanks for popping by. That's around the wrong way. The pattern on this concrete is annoying. Actually, I wonder if I use asphalt. I mean, if you use asphalt, it's then roulette whether you get black or flat concrete texture. So you have the same problem in that the one side is different from the other. Actually, I might inset these sides. I do want to put some greeblies up here. We also need to figure out what to do with the awesome sink. When you could get VR working with Satisfactory. Go-kart number 1433. Welcome. Yes, yes, you can. There is a mod to get Satisfactory in VR working. I am the mod author, so if you have any questions about it, feel free to ask. But it is a complete VR mod. We have full-on support for radial menus. We also have wrist menus here, where you can either select your equipment and build and scanning through the menus here. Plus hands, although I am on the hoverpack things currently, but if I wasn't on hoverpack, if I switch to jetpack, see, I have hands. Yay! So yes, I have been very busy working on this mod for a couple of years now. Okay, this just looks like a lot of concrete at the moment. Maybe I should start with a lot of concrete and then just carve out detail afterwards. Goodbye, smelters. We do not want to see you. You are ugly. Then we'll get some slopes going. That might be too shallow. Maybe a 2 meter. You know what? The positioning of the awesome sink is actually pretty good there, which means I'm probably going to end up moving it. I think I want it a bit forward. I mean, I could slope it the other way. Sloping it the other way would certainly give us less bulky concrete in the front. Impressive. Once I get a better PC, we'll definitely try it out. Awesome. That's good to hear. Well, you know where to come if you need information on how to get it working or anything. If you check in the YouTube description, there is information there on how to install the mod and get it working. So if I have it like this, we're going to have more of a feature apparent from the awesome sink. Although I do need to bring it down a little bit and maybe forward a little bit. So I don't really want this bit sticking out, but I kind of like this bit sticking out at the top. Now we could actually divot it a little bit as well. I have that lowered down. I guess it's not too bad with that sticking out. But I could bring it down. Can I bring it down another 4 meters? Because having this lower would be nice. So if I can bring that down as much as possible, it would mean less of this chunky front. That's centered, and about there is kind of actually how many we got? We've got the front, then probably 3. So realistically, that will be the center. What looks the best here? somewhere around there. Oh wow, I got it lined up. But I will go back that way because I will go, oops. Maybe go up like that. I'll put a flat one there. Kind of like that. Going to be a big flat chunk of wall. We're going to definitely need some sort of detail on it to make it pop a little more. Now, will this fit another one in? No, it will not. Okay, so lining up with the back. I think that's it. Yes. Ooh, that's not nicely lined up. Maybe we are going to have it flat along the back. I mean, that almost lines up. Where does that not line up? Oh, those haven't been brought out enough. They need to be moved out still. I could move them back. Not quite overlapped. Okay, so the idea is if that is that pattern up there, that we should have a similar pattern down here, or at least a similar slope heading up that way. That's going to be a lot of space. Um, okay, that is actually about the right height. Okay, yeah, that's not too bad. This is moved all the way back to the back corner though. That's a lot of concrete to fill in there on the sides. Also think maybe this should go lower down, like right lower down. I mean, the one up there lines up 1 meter indent. So if you put one of these here as a 1 meter indent, that does come out about 2 meters this way compared to that. Ah, that actually does line up with the front. Yes, okay. But I don't think we want the slope all the way to the front. We probably actually want... I want it, yeah, I want it there. And then we have it flat there, or do we take it lower? I'm quite amazed that actually didn't run into any of our conveyors or anything. We got no holes at the front. We kind of have a hole there. So we could run that all the way along. We'll block the hole without clashing with the conveyors, so this will now be filled in. I still got the pattern on there, and I'm not a big fan of the pattern there. Oh, birds flying through the walls. Excellent. As usual, this is taking a lot longer than I had planned. Okay. And then come in here and put a conveyor in there, sorry, a lift in there, a lift in there, a lift in there. I can delete those from the elevator. I'm wondering almost if I should leave these in as curved corners up the whole structure. Like that. What do you think? Or does that just make it look too uniform? Well, the front of it's looking decent. The side of it's starting to have a bit of character. And the top has some, but there's still a lot left to do. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to shuffle this and do a bit of work on the bottom part. So we got scrap on the middle is this bit, and we come down here. And we load, still in this section. We load the coke. Okay, we're not bringing the water in the front, so that can go. We've already moved the corners to not quite the front. I think there's 2 meters from the front, but we are all the way to the sides. So that is the correct distance forward, but we are now all the way over here. That's too high. Hey, live open Mike. Good evening, how are you going? Or good morning where you are. We're doing architecture today, Mike. We had the functional factory all finished yesterday, so now we're painstakingly slapping on some walls and things. So you can kind of see the work in progress there of what the factory is starting to look like with a bit of detail, but it is slow going. And these back pillars, I think we shoved them all the way in the corner. Yep, maximum space. So it could be a problem because I did want to fit some things on the back. Although this is possible to change in the other blueprints. Come on, I want you to rotate, please. Thank you. You're good? Seeking coffee? Cool, cool. Any particular coffee this morning? Alas, I cannot share you coffee online. Now, we've got some holes here to line up. Namely, I think it's just this hole actually. This is the only hole that needs to line up with the one below. Let's see if it lines up. So before this came, actually this one was coming down to here, so this one is here. That's interesting. That one needs to go up as well. Oh, no, actually this is the one. This needs to come into here. Okay, so that is too far back. So that needs to come forward by 2. Which means it's pretty much lined up straight with the hole, which is okay. How about this one? This is our output one here. This needs to line up. Okay, that one still lines up. I should probably stick a hole here to make it more obvious to connect to. Let's do that. Please rotate the right way, thank you. You know, I might just like stick it somewhere here. Doesn't really matter where, it's just an indicator that there'll be something here that needs to connect somewhere else. And currently that's the output. I might rearrange this entire front, I do not know yet. I'm still thinking about that. So I do want to have some sort of detail here, like maybe sticking a frame at the front.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Redo these walls a little. Yeah, this has got to kind of attach to this concrete front here. This concrete front is not inset currently. We could still inset at a meter just for consistency. Yeah, that will be attached to that, so that's kind of like that. Yeah, I don't know what to do with this front. Maybe we add... certainly add some pillars or something like that. That is very boring and grey at the moment. And the pattern's facing out. Thanks, pattern. Problem is you can't really see the pattern in the hologram. Maybe if I change my hologram color I might. It is very flat. Okay. Now take a couple of minutes break here and have a bit of a drink. And I will be back in a few minutes and trying to figure out this architecture. I might have a sneak at the Reddit post and see what they did. See if I can get some more inspiration from that while I'm on my break. We'll be back in a few minutes, quick before the alarm goes off.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Anyway, back. Let me just recenter my view. Actually, it's dark, so you can kind of see the glow there now of the backlighting behind the inputs and outputs. Maybe I should have like some edge lighting on the sides as well. Maybe just to add a bit of light to the sides, maybe. Yeah, I have to think about that. Vikaruga, good evening, Ruga. How are you going? How goes the 3D printing? Okay, so one thing was doing this. Yeah. Now, obviously, one thing we can do to break this up a bit is to add some colour. Now, the post that I kind of got inspiration from used kind of a matte colour. Yeah, I'm just wondering if I use a really bright colour, if that would be too much. This is one way to find out, huh? That is to try it out. And this we want, kind of have lined it back there. This is where I need Pobcac's magic 1 centimeter horizontal nudge to bring this out slightly. I mean, if that comes out that far, just gonna kind of stuff with our vertical a little. We've gone bright red. Maybe we stick with bright red, and then we'll see how awful it looks at the end. Probably have a bit more concrete here. Now, did we nudge that down another thing? Do we actually not need this top bit, maybe? I'll have to figure that out. Maybe reduce it in size a bit. Okay, so that's not too many changes, and that might be enough. Wonder every time I build and delete this if my inventory is exploding. Actually, my inventory is not full. Okay, that's impressive. I was expecting to have a crate somewhere with piles of crap in it. Okay, so bottom floor is aluminium coke. No, that's the roof. I missed. Aluminium coke, that's better. Okay, so this is the bottom level of the factory. Actually, I remember now I was going to raise this all up 4 meters. Do I still want to do that? I'll have to think about that. Then there's scrap on top of that. That's still not quite lined up. Interesting. Now, can this go down by 4 meters? Let's check under here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, it can. Look at that. There's no clash. We can't do much further, but we can definitely go down 4 meters. So we need to chop the top of the other building off. And then we have the ingots on top. I wonder if that can go down a bit. No. Stupid tall refineries. Yeah, even this looks... It's the stupid tall refineries, isn't it? I can't go any lower because of these stupid smokestacks. Unless I hang their butts out the back so that their butts go up past here, which is possible. That is possible. That would allow us to lower the rest of it down another 4 meters. Okay, well, at least let's chop off the top here because we don't need that extra level. But we do need a little height indicator to make sure it lines up properly. Oh, that's because we overlapped it. Okay, so that will be gone when we overlap it. Okay, something we can definitely do is put some more angles in here. So interested in 3D printed models for anything satisfactory? That is probably more a question for Azuren or Calcifer because they tend to be into the 3D modeling more than I am. I do have a tool to extract 3D models myself, although have I used it recently? Or what are the point? Is it usable for... Actually, that's not too bad angle there. No, I want the reverse, don't I? Sorry, I'm kind of juggling here. What do you use to extract the models, Ryuga? I wonder if it's the same tool I already use. We want the concrete down the side or in the middle, I think. We do one of each and see what looks worse. No, I think that's backwards. Yes, 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 yes. I use F-model to extract the models already, so I do already have that because that's what I use to extract some of the in-game models for my dev kit, so that I can then have more control over what I'm testing in the mod. So yes, F-model is the same tool I use. I want the concrete more in the middle. So the concrete more in the middle means taking these wells out. I'm not sure. Calcifer can probably convert them in Blender. But if you do already have a pile of STLs for 3D printing, I wouldn't say no to just grabbing an archive of them. I think I already have some because I have looked into 3D printing a few before, although we never got around to it. But having some of the creatures 3D printed, like having a slug, I really want to make like a clear slug 3D printed with some RGB lights inside. That way you can control the color of the slug. Problem is that is too steep for the concrete. So if I went the concrete here, builder foundations, the steepest you can go is the 4 meter. 4 meter inverted, where is it? If it's just using standard foundations, then 4 meters is all you can do. However, we do have magic pillars. But to get the magic pillars to behave, you need to use magic beams. So if we did a beam along there like that, then we get a large pillar, snap it on there, nudge it up twice. Oh, it's going to misbehave and it doesn't want to nudge the direction I want it to go. Nope, it's not going to. Okay, but that's okay. We can still fool it. Okay, that doesn't want to be fooled either. Come on, stop messing with me. Fine. Magic beam. Now delete that one. Not perfect. This is going to let me bump it up 2, maybe 3. Yes, maybe a half. Yes. Can we go the other way? No. It's a little patchy. I do like it though, I think. So is it worth faffing around on the other side? Sure, why not? What I should do is I should extend that by maybe the little ones will let me nudge. Maybe it's a little one thing. Nope. Normally you could nudge it up and down the thing, but I'm wondering if it depends on the angle, because I have had problems with this before and it is really frustrating. Oh, that's interesting. Why is that sticking out more? Oh, I didn't nudge it back a meter. Damn it. Up to back a meter. Didn't need that one at all, did we? Okay, I was going to try and reduce this another by moving these smokestacks out the back. Let's save this, because the smokestack experiment may not work. Basically, the idea is by moving both of these refineries back, I can have the smokestacks come up through this bit and avoid those machines. It's going to be messy. Okay, this is residue to coke. I have actually thought about bringing these closer together or moving them further back. Okay, how's our sizing here? So that is currently 5 meters. On this side it is 3 meters. That's because we changed the borders around. 2, 3, 4. You know what? Let's nudge it up. Let's see where it comes out. Oh, that one misses, but that one misses because it's not overlapping. I think if I went along here, that would be overlapping. That even might be too much. The other problem is the pipe is like right on the edge. One, two, three, four. Hang on. There should be more of a gap there. Why is there less gap? Maybe it was supposed to be 3 and 3. I mean, that's enough for the pipe to come through if I'm bringing the pipe through that way. Sure, let's go with that. Future on VR, hey, good evening, how are you going? I am going okay. I am being frustrated by architecture. We have spent the whole stream messing around trying to get this to look decent. Work in progress, as you can kind of see over here. This is a factory that makes aluminum ingots, or as we call them, aluminium. But it still needs detail, and while we've got the front mostly done, there's a whole lot of naked bits on the side that we still need to do, and we're most of the way through the stream at all. Yes, exactly. Like most of the stream last night, we were all saying aluminium, and then all the Americans came online, so... Hang on, come on, I said next page. There we go. I mean, we could indeed make this a feature over this side. This is where the heavy oil residue comes from. And then this is the coke. If I make it go this way, there is symmetry. Oh, it's longer because it's the other side of the machine. That's why. Now this is the output that goes into here, but this needs to go up to there. So let's bring this all the way around over here. That. Now the output of this, we still haven't figured out. That's where the polymer resin that needs to go up to the very top to get melted goes. So we need to figure out where that goes. I mean, we could even, like, make this a feature. I mean, we could even leave, like, some of it exposed. And then we could put something like this over the outputs where we don't want people to see. And then, of course, we need to hide the fact that this is going through a wall. Like that. And that does add a bit of detail to the side. That's quite nice, actually. The question remains is, will these clip when we poke them through the top, though? So I'm actually going to save this as over the top. I think whether it fits or not, this is a good change. Let's move it this way so we can actually check the side. Nah, that's fine. Okay, so by default we can nudge it down 4. Question is, can we nudge it down more? Oh! Because, like, it'd be kind of cool to have these sticking up the side like this. Half a meter across and it would have been fine. Do we want to attempt to have things, machines nudged half a meter? I mean, does everything else fit? Does everything else fit? Everything else seems to fit fine. It's just those smokestacks. We can't snap them off, unfortunately. Like, this is already flush with the edge, though. This is the problem. This pipe is not going to fit in. And I really don't want to have to move that refiner across ever so slightly. That will be a pain in the butt because we've so carefully laid out everything else here and it's all nicely aligned. So, yeah, that's annoying. I mean, come down another 2 meters this way. That's it. Sleep is hard. Welcome back, Russ. 2, 3, 4. So that's where we had it before. If we half meter nudge it, it's usually a terrible idea for machine placement. And when we put this in here, if we noodle it, will it fit? Oh, come on. I mean, we could just leave it off. We could leave it like this, with the understanding that once we build the blueprints, we put the pipe on and it will stick out a little bit. Well, not a feature if it's manual work. It's part of the problem. It's just, you know, it will save us 4 meters in height over the total building, and it will give us some extra detail with having these be able to stick through the top. That's the kind of feature which would be kind of cool. I need to reconnect that. This is the wrong recipe. So this is the physical output. This is going to be, well, I'm going to have a conveyor. That's okay. We can get that to line up. I'm sure we can. Coke on the bottom, then the scrap. And now we should be able to go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, look, we can even go another 4. Ooh. How much terrible clipping is there under here now? Still none. Okay. So that little trick saved us 8 meters in vertical height of the total machine. This isn't lined up. I didn't snap it on the right place. I was a meter out. And then you have the big fat top. I wonder if I can bring the big fat top any closer. I don't think I could because of the stupid... again, the refinery smokestacks stick up too high. Unless I weave them in holes between smelters. I would need to change my smelter layout, but it is not impossible actually. It'd be a pain in the butt, but it's not impossible. because otherwise we have a big top on the bottom, on the top. Okay, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So at least there is symmetry. Basically, as part of the assembly, oh, that's not very good, it's under the ground. We would have to manually build this from here to here. What do you mean straight mode doesn't work? Really? Straight mode is that fussy that it can't deal with a half-meter offset? I mean, I know how to fix that. I'll make the wall have a half-meter offset. That theoretically should be fixed, should fit now. Just you can have a glimpse of it coming through. Actually, we're going to chop the top off as well. We're actually chopping, I think, 2 off. Yeah, this whole top comes off. Still need a little bit of this to have the height line up, otherwise it will bung up. Nobody likes it when it's bung. Yeah, let's actually have this bit to the side so we can actually get at the pipes this time. isn't I? Now, will this snap? Yes, there we go. So that we can build out in the field because it is actually sticking out slightly out from the blueprint, so we can't put it in as part of it. But we got some greeblies on the side there. That's good. This side has a bit more interesting stuff now. So yeah, we got that bit sticking out there. I wonder if there's a better way I can do that. Okay. Now we need we need this red to continue in the middle here, I think. Actually, we were going to make that whole thing red across there. What happened to that? Have we not saved this here? Is that what we haven't done? Oh, I didn't move it back a meter. Delete. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1. So that bit, not so much. Kind of feel we need sort of something in under here. Yeah, I'll go put it on the main one, obviously. Okay. So yeah, that was over here. Fill that hole in the back there a little. Wow, we've done a side of a building. It's going to take me weeks at this rate. Okay. I mean, this front part it will be more interesting once things are connected. So there will be pipes and conveyors running along the front here, which is what connects into here. We could at least do a walkway here. Do we want a double width one? So basically we will make a walkway along the front, the output as well. So that is better. Now we just need to deal with the waste here. Now we also need water, so water will probably feed in from this back side. But we need to we could do something interesting with that water passage as well. Although we could just keep with the steel wall here. And if we have a wall support, we could have a similar sort of grating as to the front there. We would need more space than that though, so... So our water pipe would kind of come in down here from the extractor. Maybe we need one of these every one here, so... Oh, that's interesting. Why is that one nicely over? Oh, it's because of the bottom one. Okay, yeah, got it. Can we put a pipe in there, a pump? Technically, okay, technically, but it's a bit squeezy. In fact, we should just make that the pump without the hole. Can I pre-place? Oh, that was interesting. Can I just whack a pump on the ground or on the wall? Ah, on the wall. Look at that. Apparently that fits in the blueprint maker, even though it's a bit tight. Really? It won't let me go straight that way? I was on a vertical. Okay, that's what we want. We do have a diagonal version of that. I'm going to sit down because my back is actually a little achy. Oh, old man, creak, creak, groan, groan. Oops. And I'm at a boundary. Hang on, let me just fix that. Stupid quest menu. Where are you hiding the settings? There it is. Got to look after the back. Do have to look after the back. Especially my back. My back is not the happiest of backs. Okay. Most of these walls are set back just 1 meter, but if I'm to run a hose or a pipe up it, I need it back 2 meters. I mean, I could actually just keep it forward and do what I did before, which is have the extra wall. So use this sort of wall 3 meters back. Now this water pipe needs to come up the side of this one, and it needs to actually feed into and join this pipe here. So it kind of needs to come. See, this is where having a bit of extra space here would be good, because I could have the pipe in this set as well, but that would involve moving the machines. We just don't have the room. So it's going to have to either wrap around this pole, which is probably okay, or it will need to duck through here or something odd, which I really don't want to do. Maybe I need to bring this down a little bit, actually. Maybe I'll bring it along here. Like that. See, this is pretty boring at the moment, so if I do bring it maybe along and up here, but that is going to conflict with that. So that will basically be at the bottom of this here. And then we need to bring it up higher and across. So what are we doing with the wall on this side? Do we want to show off bits here? That is diagonally nudging, which is not useful at all. Like, that's kind of boring. I would bring that and blot that out. But that barely lines up with that. Or we can go further back and have more of the machine exposed. Or we can do a half nudge. Yeah. I think this pole on the edge needs to be fatter or something. It's just not cutting it.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
I do kind of like the idea of showing that bit off there, though. I mean, or we could leave this, like, open. Well, actually, the idea before was that this would be a big fat red border around it. So either way, this would come out the top here, I'm guessing. Except that is going to not attach there nicely. But it will attach along there nicely. Yeah, we want a smaller hole here. Normally you can delete the hole without deleting the pole. I should pay attention to that ad break before it bites me on the butt. And then this wraps around and drops into there. Which is going to kind of cover up our front greeblies. You know, we don't want that. We want it to come off to here. Don't you hate it when... Well, that is actually not terrible. That is definitely interesting. And I could put that... Why is that off by half a meter? There's something weird about those poles. Yeah, I was getting there. I was getting there.
Incoming propaganda. Seek shelter immediately.
Okay, that does need to come out. Yeah, okay, that's bent. Oh, look, I didn't even get the height right. Okay. I'm going to hold it here. where nothing can get me. I'm going to take a 3-minute break. Back shortly. Where's my buttons? My buttons are over here.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Hey, Azurin, have the cats been fed dinner? No, that would explain why they're hovering around me, circling my feet. Yeah, like furry sharks, exactly. Not. Oh. Okay. We were fixing this mess up here. And we were so rudely interrupted. That's correct, but I need it straight. Cool. Not red, because the base there is red. Black would be too black. I'm wondering if I should make, sort of add some silver beams, or actually make these silver rather than the dark colour that they are. Okay, so that's the water being fed around. We also still need to deal with the plastic residue that comes out of here. And so this will also be brought up here. Maybe this needs to be lower. I like it like that height there though. Because basically I need another hole. Actually, I can just move this along. Theoretically. Oops, wrong one. I think that's too close for horizontal and vertical to do its magic. Whereas if it's down there... Thought it worked before. How is it not working now? Or did I do it the other way around before? That's different. I guess it still looks okay. So this is the polymer resin output. So not a huge output, so we don't need too much. Oh, come on, I thought I left enough room. Look, I didn't leave enough room. Okay, just did it in normal mode. Okay, so resin comes out this hole. We still need the coke fed to the next level up. Where does the coke go? That's the output. I'm pretty sure the coke comes up over here. No, the coke comes in here. Aha! There's a hole. Right, can we reuse that hole? Is it still in the right place, or do we need to move it? This and other exciting questions will be answered shortly. Someone made a VR version of Satisfactory. Yes, they did. That someone was me. I made it some years ago. I started in January 2024. I released version 1.0 in middle of 2025, and I've been doing minor updates to it ever since. It is freely available, so if you want to give it a go, you are welcome to try it out. Okay, I do need to move this, so I mean, I do need to move it at least across to there. We got tons of room here though, so absolutely sick. Thank you. It is, and like I have spent, I have played. I was addicted to Satisfactory before, so I'd spent about 1,200 hours in Satisfactory before I made the mod. But then after I've spent a bit of time working on the mod,
dual screening.
But since then I've spent over 1,000 hours playing in VR, and it's hard to go back to flat now. I'm so used to the VR version. Okay, so this is the line, and we really want it positioned about there, but we can move it back and forth either way. Actually, let's find the hole position here first. So we need it to be there. There is the perfect lining if we need to move it from. Would love to try it, but I play on console. Okay. Nexus Wayfarer is still there. Okay, hey, Nexus Wayfarer. Dual screening, does that mean you're playing Satisfactory while watching Satisfactory videos? Oh, you know what? It's not lined up by 1 meter. That's okay. We can send it up at this point. Actually, let me put this down here, and so we can figure out our lift is in the right place. Okay, we do need to actually go another meter across. Why is that red? I mean, default mode back one should be fine. No, not there, there. Which means the perfect place for a lift, well, actually, it would be good if it was there. Now, I think we had a courtesy hole over here already, didn't we? Okay, so maybe we do another courtesy hole to help us line things up. Nexus Wayfarer, I'm ashamed of what is on the other screen. Epstein blocks pet sim. I do not know what that is, and I'm afraid to ask. Now, did I get it at the right height? No. Down a meter. Doesn't matter really, but I'm going to make it the same height just for consistency. Okay, so there's our hole. Why is that not snapping? I mean, it looks like it's snapping, I just can't hear it snapping. You know what, I really should make that neater and go back another meter. Roblox. 120 per minute, so a Mark III will be plenty. And because we've got the hole there, we can just pop that straight into there like that. And now we need another lift on another hole on the other side, on the upper blueprint. I'll put this here as a marker. Nudge it down. Hey, oh, almost. I was out by 1 meter. Okay, so there we go. Nudge it back up. Hope it doesn't go diagonally. And that's where we need our hole. So another 1 meter. That's our new hole. There we go. So when we connect these two blueprints together, we do a lift from here to here, and we connect it up to the hole. Now, we're nudging this top one down a lot, so hopefully we haven't stuffed it up and we've left space, or maybe we haven't. We really should test that, and we should actually test this other hole over here to make sure it's at the right height. Okay. Coke on the bottom. Scrap in the middle. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, I miscounted. Back a meter. Now let's zoom in here and check these holes out. Ah, look, we've got a distance between them. So can they connect? Yes, they can. Can this one connect? Yes, it can, so no problems there. And that is there, so this... Oh, look, our pipes are not lined up. Whoops. How did I manage to stuff that up? Okay, so our hole needs to go across 1 meter. But otherwise, we'd be able to connect from there to there. Like that, but, you know, straight. And then we've got our manhole to work on. Okay, what did I just say I needed to do? Oh yeah, fix the hole on level 2. And this nice big hole there. Which will then pass through this entirely. So again, we need a little hole on top. Problem with this is actually going to show through a little bit. And somehow this has got to go up to the next level. Four meter hole might be overkill. Kind of need something interesting in here. That's also not the same. It is just a 2 meter one if you want to match it. I just feel I could do something more interesting than just blanketing it all out. I think I'm going to have to fiddle with this and just play around with some different styles over the week or 2 or 3. I'm afraid we're not going to get into any train building tonight. Instead, you're watching me dry paint. Oops, you do not delete the refinery after all that effort that I went to put it in that right place. Okay, so that's at least a somewhat interesting back. This is a really interesting side. There's lots of stuff happening there. The front is okay and will be better once those bits are on. And this side has a little bit of stuff. probably put, you know, a few pillars, especially if I line them up with the pillars from above. And that one was just a wall over, and it's actually right behind the pipe, so that's actually easy to line up. Put that there, that will make it a bit more interesting over the hole rather than having a naked hole. I wonder if I could do the same thing here. The problem is the red is in the way. I suspect that's going to be everybody Z fighting. Actually, that's worked. That's interesting. I suspect it's going to be Z fighting once they get further away, perhaps. Doesn't matter as much though, because the hole is hidden, whereas this one, the hole is standing out, so that will be there together. Okay, so we've got a red border around there. Still have a completely naked back here. This had the support beams at the front rather than the pillars. I don't know whether to stick to the support beams or just have the pillars at the back. The corners definitely need to be red. The other thing we could try is fat pillars. But instead of the small ones, we could use the big ones. We could even use metal ones, like you could put a stonking big metal one here. And this is real metal, not painted metal. Don't know if I could fit the big ones in the front here and have them look decent. Actually, it is overlapping it a bit more. Okay, so it will cut into our machinery, and I think that's part of why I'm going with the thin ones at the front. But I think I might make them metal. Makes me wonder if all these other ones should be metal as well, rather than black. suppose if I fill this in, I can still put steel walls over it. Thinking maybe a bit of steel.
Pobcac just resubscribed to the channel.
Hey, Pobcac!
Thanks for your continued support, Pobcac.
Thank you very much for the resubscribe. Thank you, I really appreciate it. How are you going? And can you describe this 1 centimeter offset technique for me? Probably a bit late at night for me to try it right now, though.
I have it on record that Pobcac is an exemplary pioneer and recommend that you check out their channel.
Absolutely is an exemplary pioneer. Everybody, Pobcac is a genius at Satisfactory and also a big advocate of the VR mod. Pobcac was brave enough to buy a VR headset just to play Satisfactory in VR, and amazingly had no motion sickness problems. So quite a legend. It's so difficult. All right, okay. I'll wait for the long video then, and I'll work through it. Vertical, just place. Yeah, I know a vertical one. The vertical one's easy. I've got that in a blueprint already. I got that off, not Doug, the other guy, Novatech. Novatech's doing some good videos. Yeah, I know Novatech was trying to do a 1 centimeter horizontal without, at least in 1.2. Maybe I should just do it in 1.1 while signs still work as an offset. And then make those a blueprint. Come on. Place a pillar down, place another one at a right angle coming off it, place a road barrier at the end of the pillar, and that's your 1 centimeter. Oh, that doesn't sound too hard. That doesn't sound too hard. Place another one at a right angle coming off it. So you use a a beam to get the right angle off it? Now I want to try it. Save. Let me get this right. Just vertical, just place a pillar. No, vertical I've got. Horizontal one, place a pillar down. So that's a pillar. Yep. Oops. Oh, you mean just do a pillar at the side and at a right angle coming off it. Oh, you mean, isn't this like 10 degrees? Is that like that? I wasn't going to place a pillar down, place another one at a right angle coming off it, or just in the middle. I don't know if that's a right angle. Problem with this one is, isn't it like a 10-degree rotation? So, oh, do you mean just like a right angle like that? Ah. Place another one at a right angle coming off it. Place a road barrier at the end of the pillar. That one. You mean like that? That's it? Huh. That's not that hard. So if we then put one here. Oops. Rotations is still the most annoying part of the VR mod. So if I put one on top there, I should be able to nudge it across and down. And you reckon that, I think that is slightly different too. Like that? I think that is. Is it actually 1 centimetre? I should have left the other one there and measured it. Oops, straight, please. Straight. 3.01. There you go. I mean, I don't know if it's exactly 1, but, you know, it's good enough for my purposes, which is to slightly nudge things in and out so there's no Z fighting. What did I call the other ones? Vertical nudge, 1 millimeter. Is it 1 millimeter or 1 centimeter? Clear R is on top. Nudge. 1 centimeter. I think it's 1 centimeter. I'll call it 1 centimeter. Doesn't really matter. It's a very small nudge, and that's the main thing. Oops, need to put it in a directory. Oh, it's not going to save in a directory. Fine. So if we test it now, so let's say we have... actually, let's try it with foundations. So we have foundation here. And let's say we want to have an overlapping foundation that is very red. So we get our horizontal offset blueprint. Can't remember which way was which. Probably should have rotated it correctly on the blueprint. Attach that to the top. Nope, what have I done wrong there? And then I make that really red. It looks like it's Z fighting free, at least on the front. Cool. Thank you for that. That will be very useful. We've got to stack them on top to each other to weld. Yeah. Can't believe after all this time it was that easy. Cool. Thank you for that. That will come in handy. I'll have to color code mine and maybe reorient it to be the right way around. Clear. Right. Aluminium coke. This is what we're working on. Oops, I'm inside. I'm caught in a cage. Let me out, let me out. Thank you. Right, what is the time? It's probably really late. Yes, it is really late. Sudden had a brainwave of figuring out the vertical one with the pillar. Oh, okay, cool. Right, so I do need to kind of finish the stream soon. Actually, how long until the ad break annoys me? 20 minutes. Okay, yeah. Let's have a look at the progress we've made. So we have a 3-part factory that is making aluminium ingots. We have the bottom part, which is making the coke. We have the scrap. I haven't saved the scrap one recently and I've been fiddling with it, so let me save that. Actually, I wonder if the auto-connect doesn't work with vertical lifts, I don't think. That would be too easy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Back a meter. And then we have the top, which turns the scrap into ingots. And we haven't finished the awesome sink on the top level. And we've also got a lot of detailing left to do on the top level. Okay, so to connect the blueprints, lift there, lift there, lift there. On this level, down in here, we need to connect those together. And those together. And also, maybe I should put some access doors on the mid-ranges. On the side here, we also need to connect... Oh, I'm out of power. We need to connect those pipes together and that conveyor together. Maybe I should extend that red down. There, maybe. Don't know. Okay, I like that window, but I think we can do more interesting stuff in here as well. The top level is very boring. So this up here, we need to get this from here into the awesome sink is the last remaining bit of connectivity. And then we need to redo the power. So yeah, we've got a lot left to do here. I wonder if that can just be one. It can. Okay, I'll do that in the blueprint. That didn't like being one though. It's starting to look like a factory. I think I might continue the red up through the middle here. Maybe I should make this level red too, or maybe the top. Would it look too much like a cake then? I don't know. The idea is that anytime you need aluminium ingots, you just chuck one of these down, plug some oil and some bauxite in, and you're good to go. Yeah, I need to do something on this side, and that's right. Whatever I do on this side has to take into consideration that these come up from below. So we had a wall that was 1 meter back there. I think I just took it to there. Now, if I drop that down... Oh yeah, it does kind of just miss the stacks from below, so that will work okay. Actually, I think I did it to here. So we basically see a little bit of greeblies through there. We also left a window open. I mean, I guess it doesn't need to be symmetrical, but actually that's almost on top of the smokestack, so maybe I won't do that. Actually, this was the boring bit here. We didn't want that being shown. Is that will, yeah, that'll be behind the wall unless it hits the smokestack, and we don't want it to hit the smokestack. Unless we do a half nudge. Maybe the half nudge might not conflict too much with the smokestack. Already cutting the spacing very fine here. That had an extra pole forward. That pole is further forward than the one on the other side. Than this one. But you know what? I can do a half nudge forward, and that brings it forward so it's just kind of lines up with these other ones. That's the wrong way around. It actually was the other way around. Okay. Let me just, oops, punch the shelf behind me. That's right, I was going to make the top part red, I think, as well. So this bit along here, if I don't recess that, if I bring that out with the solid red, come on, please rotate the other way. Ah, because we've got the diagonal on here. So do we make the diagonal red? I guess we do, because it kind of is the border. Can't actually do that all the way forward because that's going to overlap there. So I need to do it sideways. Like that. And this needs to run up from here, and we will do that double layer. Please, can you go the right direction? Thank you very much. And then this will be on top. That is actually extended above the height of this blueprint though, so that is going to start running into the next blueprint above. And I think that's okay. I think I will keep the red in this one so I can keep control of the red altogether. Oops. Okay, I think I'm going to move that forward one more. Which means I probably need to redo the whole inner roof part. That wasn't a load-bearing pillar I just deleted. Okay, basically I think I'll finish this red perimeter and then I'll call that a good place to stop for the night because it is very late here. And I have D&D in the morning. It does require me to do some thinking. That's a point. We actually did go up to this level, and I think... No, we did actually have a flat bit. Never mind. Yep, don't have to move that hole. Please go up. Thank you. Now, is 4 meters enough? Actually, what we probably want to do is burrow in. Not have it. Actually, this is fine. This is fine. Yep. I know what I'm doing. I'm a professional. That actually kind of fits. Bonus. And now it actually has to come in from the bottom. This is basically our waste residue that comes up from the bottom comes up here, and then we need to take it out from there and into our thingy. Sink. Into the sink. It is the technical term. Problem here is it's out by 2 meters, which means this is going to clip in a little. You know, it's at the back. No one will notice it. Okay. No idea how that's going to fit together with the other part of the top. Save. Can't remember if I've saved here, so let's save this one as well. I'm just saving these in the top level because I'm sick and tired of forgetting the directory. Load. So scrap is the middle. That's the one we just did the top red bit on. And this one is now the ingots at the top. Oops, I got 16 seconds to sleep these ads. That's only going to buy me 5 minutes. No. Okay, so this grey will connect to that grey. This will probably... It will overlap this by about 2 meters, I think. Oops, that's not what I wanted. That's not what... Oh, for goodness sakes. Build. Zoop. Zoop across. Yeah, 2 meters up. Which means this is actually going to be... annoying to rotate. 2 meters up. So this red will effectively be along here, which means we then need this along here like this. And we will put interesting greeblies on the back. Okay, I think my layered cake is nearly ready. This does need... Yeah, actually we changed this to come out to here, so this might change a little as well. Let's try it. I don't have time to do anything else, otherwise the air brake's going to kick in, and then I'll have to take a break. Ah! Trying to wake everyone up. Azurin is trying to wake everyone up. I'm drifting. Okay, there we go. Okay, I've used up all my Twitch snoozers, so I've got like 5 minutes to finish this. Thank you everyone for having some patience with me tonight while I potter around with architecture. I have pretty much spent this entire evening just faffing about with presentation for building this factory. I hope you appreciate or have been mildly entertained. Ooh, auto connect. That's not what I want. Yeah. Hope you've had some entertainment from this. Maybe learnt a thing or two. Maybe thought how terrible I'm doing here and you've got ideas to do it better. I'd love to see your builds. Thank you, Pobcac, for the awesome resubscribe and the awesome tip on how to do a 1 centimeter horizontal nudge. If you missed that because you're asleep, scroll back and find it because it's invaluable. That's not too bad, actually. I like that. I mean, these are probably clipping a little bit, but don't look too close, right? And you'll be fine. Panic, yes. Okay, and over here, we're going to have some connections here. That'll run to the top. That fits in nicely. Oh, we haven't put the top on yet. Quick. Ingots. Rise, rise, hoverpack, rise! Nudge down twice. Is that it? There we go. Okay. Still needs a bit of work. Maybe I'll have some red across the top. Not sure yet. But I think it is vastly improved. It is actually looking like a factory now. It's got some fancy bits. Definitely more interesting than the start. The top still needs some stuff there. This side is still a bit boring there. yeah. So I will just fiddle with this in my own time now, I think. I think I've inflicted enough random design work on you. So I will show you the completed product in the future. But I'm pretty happy with how that's come together. Butamas, yeah, it's getting there. As I said, self-enclosed, produces 300 aluminium ingots per minute. So you stick in a bit of oil and a lot of bauxite in the bottom there. You stick in water in the back and you get ingots out the bottom here. And I did have a doorway here. I did plan on having a walkway through this. And there is plenty of room in here for some of a walkway, so maybe I can still get a walkway all the way through, because it'd be nice to be able to walk up the different levels all the way to the top. But I'm not going to have time for that tonight. We're 8 minutes until ads kick in. Yeah. I'm going to decide whether I want red around the top. Cool. Yeah, not deciding that now. You know what? I'm just going to leave that there. I might add some more signs on the side, actually, a bit more light features to glow it up a bit. And we'll definitely put something on the surfaces here as well. Okay, but you know, I'm also dead keen to get working on the supercomputers factory. So I think next stream. Have we lost another doggo? No, there's 4 down there. Okay. There are a couple missing. I'm going to have to go hunt them down. Okay, let me stand up. Oh, creak, creak, creak. Okay. Right. Cool. Now let me put that there. I can get my hands out again. Thank you very much for your patience tonight, and those new followers and new subscribers or repeat subscribers. Thank you very much for your support. I really appreciate it. My name's Dortimer. I have too many hobbies, and yet here I am playing Satisfactory in VR, which is technically 3 of my hobbies. Well, maybe 4. Streaming, Satisfactory, playing in VR, and VR modding as well. So I hope you all have a great rest of the weekend and a great week. And I should be back, same time, same channel, next Friday. So thank you very much. I will save the game. I need more greeblies, but let's call it greeblies. Okay, done. Now, where's my control panel gone? That's right, I closed it. Right, let me exit the game. Again, if you're watching on YouTube and you're interested in playing Satisfactory in VR, check out the description of the video. It has a link to the mod there. If you are on Twitch, and yes, I do raid, so hang around. Hey, Onakaze just joined. Hey, just in time for me to say goodnight. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, if you're on Twitch, hang around. I'll see if there's someone to raid out to. But YouTubers, I will bid you farewell.